So we'll just make motion to acknowledge the update from Allison. We'll adopt the agenda first. Is there a mover to adopt the agenda? Moved by Aaron. Is there a seconder?
I'll second, Chief.
And that'll be with Sherry add-on is an update on where things are at with the questions raised by council. That'll be number 17, CAO update on issues. We get motion to acknowledge the update by Zoom call from Allison Lynn concerning the Woodland Cultural Center. Who will move? Chris?
The Chief.
Is there a seconder?
Oh,
Chris. The two Chris's, Chris Miracle and Chris. So Aaron and Aguirre adopted the agenda, and the two Chris's, Chris Miracle and Chris Brandt, acknowledge the update by Zoom call with Allison Lynn on the Woodland Center. Motion to adopt the minutes of April the 5th. There's some corrections.
Did we do March 18th already?
Not yet.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
So the first correction that I see here is that on motion 4, after the 962.83 in dollar amount, put a comma there and take out, and instead of this, put representing the surplus money. Just change that word representing the surplus money that was in the account.
Where are we?
Where are you at? Yeah,
March the 18th minutes.
March
oh,
18th.
okay, we're, yes. Oh, yeah.
Number 3.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, those motions are both approved and carried. To adopt the agenda and to acknowledge the Zoom call report on the update for the Woodland Cultural Center from Allison Lynn. That motion has been moved by Chris Miracle and Chris Brandt. Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Minutes of March 18th, the motion 4. After the $962.83, put a comma there and just put the word representing the surplus money that was in the account. Motion 7. The last sentence will be accept ACCEPT. Correction there. And on motion 3, pardon me, there's an S on following meetings because there's more than one meeting, so there's an S needed to make it plural. Anthony, thank you for doing the edits. Is there a motion then to accept the minutes as corrected?
For March 18th?
Yes.
Okay, so on motion 25, my opposition to the motion, I don't necessarily agree with the wording that says a lack of a lot of the staff. No, the staff attending knew it was a breach of policy. No, my concern is that finance policies, in particular, TMC we have to show by example, and we have to adhere to our policies, and council should not openly breach our own policies.
I'm sorry, which minutes are you referring to, Chris?
Motion 25, minutes of March 18th. So Chris, how would you like it worded?
This should be recording, which is on YouTube, and I put exactly what was said.
Okay.
Do you want this wording changed?
Well, it's more so directed that chief and council must adhere to the policy. And we're setting a very dangerous precedent.
So do you want to say it's a lack of counsel not knowing is that what you intended to say?
Well, I pointed to council and they were made aware of it, but they said because it was external funding, there wasn't so much of a concern. But I won't put words in other people's mouths. Is that if we have other serious breaches of a lack of adherence to finance policies, then all your safeguards are going to go out the window, chief. And how do you expect one
Okay.
person to adhere?
Okay, what I'm trying to do is just clarify, how would you like this worded, this opposition? Are you voting against the motion?
Yes, I was against the motion. because
Okay,
I
so
believe
there'll be a
in
negative
policy.
vote then by Chris.
The whole process lies in the face of our own policies.
Okay, so do you want to just say a lack of adherence to consistently following policy? So
Sure.
Change it in hindsight, when they're minutes and she's just recording what was said in the actual meeting.
Okay, how does this sound, if this is what you intended? That the opposed to the motion due to the lack of consistently adhering to policy? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. And moving forward, I would expect that our senior officials would bring it to our attention if we are openly going against our policies. It's one thing to not know, but I think we have to be going into it, our eyes wide open, and hey, council, if you approve this motion, it goes against all your policies, so that we know.
Noted.
This funding would be to a
It wasn't by a company. Companies,
was that
It's an arm of the provincial government.
Jess, so that Jess or approached us with that funding. So I don't think we could do an RFP when they're saying, hey, let's do this with this money.
That's right.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, just that I think in that situation, I don't think an RFP would have been appropriate in that situation. I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. I think we should do that 100%. But I think in this situation, that company approached us with that offer and that money. So I don't think in that situation, we would be able to do an RFP when the agreement was with that company.
I can appreciate companies using us for a flow through, but at the same time, we put policies and procedures in a place
Okay.
for a reason. And if we don't adhere to our own
So-
policies and procedures,
This seems to relate to a staffing issue that, I guess, are you trying to say there should have been, was there a competition for this position, this training position?
no.
Because it was a
I'm-
training position, anybody normally that wants to take that training position, just, it's advertised. I guess if they're interested, they contact the office, and then I guess if there's a need to have a competition, they do so. I don't know how administratively this was handled. Sherry or Angela, do you know?
How it was.
It was before Sherry was hired.
It was
It was
before
before.
me, to clarify. Secondly, it was funding provided by this company to provide us with training services. So I understand the whole RFP process. And again, I'm reiterating on what Aaron is suggesting is that it wouldn't have been a situation where we're seeking out to fill a position. The funding came through a specific company earmarked for that. And it's not a situation that would warrant an RFP,
Okay.
that particular one.
Okay, my understanding was that they wanted to hire a youth who was going to be an energy champion with this money.
No, that's a different funding.
That's different funding?
Yeah. But understanding the what Chris is trying to say about a whole RFP process when we have situations that come, absolutely.
Okay, then, well, if you got money, there's no conflict in getting money. Has this money been spent on something? If so, what was it spent on? That would create the need that policy wasn't, the impression that policy wasn't being adhered to.
Well, this particular motion was to approve and accept the funding from the independent electricity system operator in the amount of 125,000. So we accepted the money. And further, the education of training of the community energy champion worker and energy team.
Okay, and so there was a competition, I understand, to hire the youth energy champion. So
I think that's a different one. This one is a team that is internal, I believe.
can you check
If
with
I'm
Tom
not mistaken.
to be
There
sure we
was a
know?
list. They provided us the information when we did go through this. It was all there.
We'd have to
the
look
people who are
back
on
at
the
the
team.
file, the March 18th meeting, and in there is the file.
I'm just asking to clarify, what's this money for and have we spent it?
Can you
I
answer that
believe we
question,
approved
Angela?
it going
I
through.
would say we probably didn't if we just approved it on March 18th.
We only just approved it.
Sorry.
We've only just approved it. I'm not sure where it sits at this point.
I can't see that we would have spent 125 when we just approved it last 2
Yeah.
meetings ago.
Because I don't know, when I read this comment, I don't know what policy wasn't adhered to.
Yeah, your
Well, I'm
finance
not
policies,
sure
Chief.
either,
Your
Chief.
finance policies, Chief.
So that's why I need to know, did they spend the money and on what?
No, money hasn't been spent yet. My understanding is they're going to sole source Jazz Energy. And when I asked questions, well, then it was apparently was a decision of the previous CAO to sole source.
I don't know.
That's what I was told. And I'm just wondering why a director
That's
would
handled
be
at an
being
administration level,
told-
I don't know.
Why would a director come to the table saying, "Oh, I was directed by the CAO to sole source this person"? It just raises concerns.
I don't think they sold.
And we picked it up because it came to our attention that they needed additional information. So we've picked it up, picked it up with the assistance of Derek, and this is what was brought forward.
Okay, so my understanding that most of the 125K was going to a company called Jazz Solar.
I don't know if all the amounts.
Anyway, let's bring this up later. Let's get clarity so we know exactly what we're talking about. Let's not imagine things. Let's get some information on what it is. And has the money been spent and who's benefiting of it? And was there a requirement for a tender? If there was a tender issued? Or
No, there was no tender. It wasn't required. It wasn't issued.
Or was there a call for proposals or?
No,
No, it
was
was
not.
done with.
And
Yeah,
I
it-
believe a tender was required, Chief, due to our finance policy and the amount of money being spent, it has to have a
Okay,
competitive
there's what
process.
the issue is.
From my understanding, this Jazz Solar applied to the IESO
Yes.
for funding to put in a solar system at the North Street development. And they applied to the IESO for one of our projects. So we're as from this, we were just accepting the IESO giving Jazz Solar the money to do this. It wasn't us that put the. it
So
wasn't us that
then
put the
is this
project.
like a flow through kind of thing then, or what is it?
Yeah, like it wasn't us that created the project, it was this Jazz Solar that created the project.
Reached out to
put
us.
in at our North Street.
The buck stops here. We can't say some proponent pulled it out of the sky to use MBQ tiny house project as a flow through. It's all part of a big project been envisioned for a while. And our staff should know that these things have to go within policies and procedures. You
Okay.
can't just say,
Done, my understanding was already done.
pardon
We
me?
inherited it and picked it up to carry it forward. And I believe we took on most of the stuff. From what I understand from Tommy. Like, it kind of was, we were more doing this.
Anyway, we know,
Yes.
for purposes of the minutes, then we noted the reason because he doesn't believe that the policy was followed.
What do you?
Okay.
Okay, we'll get clarity on exactly what it is, so we'll get the details and from the staff. Is there any other errors, omissions, or corrections to the minutes of March the 18th? Seeing none, can I have a mover to accept those minutes as corrected?
I'll move, Chief.
I'll second, Chief.
Been moved by Oguari and seconded by Linda to accept the minutes of March 18th. Is there anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. We'll have the minutes of April the 5th. So present at that meeting were myself, Ogwari, Chris Brandt, Curtis Brandt, Aaron Ferranti, and Chris Miracle, joined by Teams call. Linda Leween was not feeling well, and so she sent her regrets. And we were happy to see that you recovered, Linda.
Me too, Chief.
And we had Sherry, the CAO, here. We had Shelley here. We had Amzie was here. She had to leave at 12:05. Angela Miracle, the Senior Director of Operations, was here, but he was joined by Teams until 12:05 p.m. Motion 1 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Curtis to adopt the agenda, and that motion was carried. Motion 2 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Curtis Brandt that the council minutes of March 18th, 2024 be deferred for more information. The motion was carried. Motion 3 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Aguirre that the council minutes of March 26th, local business, be approved. The motion was carried. Motion 4 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the following meetings outside of the territory. The chief would be attending the Assembly of First Nations AF and Water Symposium on April the 16th to the 18th in Gatineau, Quebec, and then attending the Chiefs of Ontario Committee on Health Coordination Unit on May the 7th to the 9th, location to be determined, attending Chiefs Committee on Social First Nations Child and Family Services long-term reform negotiations meetings on May 23rd in Toronto. Chief and Chris Miracle will be attending the Inspire Awards on April 18th, 2024. Aguirre will be attending the AIAI Independent First Nations Emergency Management Conference on April 23rd and 26th in Toronto, and that motion was carried. Curtis Brandt went, though, in Chris Miracle's place to the Inspire Awards last night. Motion 5 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt that the council designate the following signatories: myself, Sherry Miracle, Chief Administrator, and Angela Miracle, Senior Director of Operations, on behalf of the Mohawk Survey Committee for the purpose of signing applications for funding agreements, and any other documents required. Each of the signatories are able to sign all of the required documents. Only one signature necessary to bind the organization. Removing David Sealier and MCR was 2024-25001 was passed and carried. Motion 6 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the Mohawk Council meetings for May and June 2024 as follows. May the 1st and 21st will be the regular council meeting. May the 15th and 22nd will be local business. The regular council meeting will be June the 10th and 19th at 9:30 a.m. The local business will be June the 19th and 26th at 7 p.m. The motion was carried. Motion 7 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve appointing Scott Miracle, Mohawk Fire Chief, to the Loyalist College Pre-Service Fire Program Technical Advisory Committee. The motion was carried. Motion 8 was moved by Curtis Brandt and seconded by Aguirre to approve scheduling emergency preparedness and training on September the 29th and 30th, 2024 at 9 a.m. The motion was carried. Motion 9 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to acknowledge the update from Sherry Miracle, CEO, and regarding the MBQ administration and programs have prepared for the solar eclipse on April the 8th. The motion was carried. Motion 10 was moved by Curtis and seconded by Aguirre to approve the curbside collection policy amendments. The motion was carried. Motion 11 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the waste transfer depot policy amendments. The motion was carried. Motion 12 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the signing of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans statement of work for the sea lamprey trapping and acknowledge the letter from DFO for DFO dam management maintenance program. The motion was carried. Motion 13 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Aaron Ferranti to defer the request for Sandy Pines Wildlife Center to release an education video to the public until council has had a chance to watch the video. MBQ environment has been assisting the Sandy Pines Wildlife Center with this video. The motion was carried. Motion 14 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Curtis to approve the business registration for Dapper Duds, the owner Rob Boakes. The motion was carried. Motion 15 was moved by Chris Brandt, seconded by Curtis Brandt, to approve the business registration for Four Paws Pet Supply owner Gabriel Henschel. The motion was carried. Motion 16 was moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration for Three Nations Traders owner Deborah Smart. The motion was carried. Motion 17 was moved by Curtis Brandt, seconded by Aguirre, to approve the business registration for King's Fire System. The owner was Stan Kring. The motion was carried. Motion 18 was moved by Curtis Brandt and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration for Mother Earth owner Kathy Brown. The motion was carried. Motion 19 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration renewal for Oasis Tobacco Convenience Store. The owner is Matthew Weldon. Motion was carried. Motion 20 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration for 49 Quick Stop Gas Bar owner John Brandt. The motion was carried. Motion 21 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration for Fast Freddy's owner John Brandt. Motion was carried. Motion 22 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration renewal for Free Flow Gas Bar owner Robin Brandt. The motion was carried. Motion 23 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the business registration for Gas and Go owner John Brandt. Motion was carried. Motion 24 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the business registration for the Millside Ceramics owner Marlene Murphy. The motion was carried. Motion 25 was moved by Aguirre, seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the business registration renewal for Nation's Best Esso owner Tara Green. Motion was carried. Motion 26 was moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the signing of the letter for Aidan Blackned and Kieran Wishchi requesting permission to harvest in our traditional territory area. The motion was carried. Motion 27 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Aguirre to approve signing the letter from James George requesting permission to harvest in our traditional territory. Motion was carried. Motion 28 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Chris Miracle to approve the signing of the letter of Robert Miles and Riley Miles requesting permission to harvest in our traditional harvesting area. The motion was carried. Moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Aguirre to approve the signing of the letter to Lucas Brandt requesting the application for fees for firearm safety courses to be waived. The motion was carried. Council discussed the motion of May the 18th appointing Councillor Chase Aguirre to the Bay of Quinte Film Board Committee as the MBQ representative. It has been brought to the council's attention that this is a working position that should be held by a staff member, and they will be continual contact for the film office. The position will coordinate with MBQ departments, community members, including businesses, to react to any and all requests made by the film industry people.
That should be changed to March 18th.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
That should be changed to March 18th.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll do corrections after I read
Okay.
them. I have to read them as they are, then I'll ask for corrections. It was moved by motion 30, moved by Aguirre and seconded by Chris Miracle to appoint Diane Brandt Winkler as the MBQ representative. Motion 31 was moved by Aguirre, seconded by Chris Brandt to approve to pay Derek Wong invoice number 853 in the amount of $10,283.10 and an invoice 854 in the amount of $6,500 for various economic development ventures. The motion was carried. Motion 32 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Aaron Ferranti to approve to pay Hicks Morley invoice number 6827833 and the amount of $616 for human resources issues. The motion was carried. Motion 33 was moved by Aaron Ferranti and seconded by Aguirre to approve to utilize a traditional foundation for the tiny homes on North Street and approve to obtain carbon concepts to complete the building plans in the amount of $2,950. Chris Miracle is in favor of getting the design done, but For the record, the recommendation and briefing note is inaccurate. Chris Brandt and Curtis Brandt abstained. The motion was not carried. We should say the motion was deferred. It was deferred till we had full council.
No, it wasn't carried.
Not that.
Hmm?
That one wasn't deferred. There was no consensus.
Should be approval time.
It was moved by Chris Brandt. I think, Aaron, you had signed off, and I think we had 2 councillors left on the call, and there was just me, I thought. We didn't
No,
have
I was there. I
Or-
moved it. Ogwari seconded it. Chris declined, and these 2 didn't vote.
Yeah, 2 didn't vote, so we didn't have enough councillors voting on it, so that motion couldn't be carried.
And Linda wasn't here.
That's why I said I said we will defer it till when we have full council.
We didn't defer it.
We didn't defer that one, Chief.
But you also said that you wanted more information too, Chief.
Yeah,
so
the
that's
two,
what was
Chris and Curtis wanted more information. I said I will allow the time for the council to get the additional information that they wanted, and we will defer it to the next meeting when we have full council and Linda would be
The
present.
next motion was the deferral.
Yeah.
Exactly it. But the first motion that we're talking about right now did not get carried.
Yeah.
It was a motion, but it didn't get carried. So then the next motion is to defer it for more information.
Okay, all right, not carried. Motion, I'll leave it then. Motion 34, moved by Chris Brandt and Chris Miracle to defer the foundations for the tiny homes on North Street for Councillor Chris Miracle to contact Siva Apia, Indigenous Services Canada, Senior Housing Officer, and Canada Mortgage Housing for clarification if engineering drawings are required for these homes. The motion was carried. Curtis Brandt left at 3:38 p.m. Motion 35 was moved by Chris Miracle, and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the terms of reference for the MBQ Rental Selection Committee. Motion was carried. Motion 36 was moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Chris Brandt to confirm the future housing development sites will be Huron Brandt Drive Phase 3 and Sadie's Lane Phase 2, and Beach Road will be the lowest priority. The motion was carried. Motion 37 was moved by Ogwari and seconded by Chris Brandt to acknowledge the staff appreciation dinner on April 25th, and Chief Miracle, Chris Brandt, Curtis Brandt, Aaron Fraun, and Chris Miracle will be attending. The motion was carried. Motion 38 was moved by Ogwari and seconded by Aaron that whereas the proposed hydro connection at 415 Beach Road was reviewed, and be it resolved that the Mohawk Council representing the Mohawks of Bay Quinte at a duly convened meeting of council held April 5th, and having reviewed the sketch and provided by Hydro One Networks Inc. attached here to a Schedule A in respect of the new or modified connection of 415 Beach Road to the electricity distribution system, hereby approve the proposed location of poles, anchors, conductors, and equipment as identified on the sketch on the Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. MCR 2024-25002 was carried. Motion 39 was moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Ogwari to approve Daniel J. Brandt and Associates facilitated a strategic planning session with the council and executive team. Dates will be determined when full council is present. Motion was carried. Motion 40 was moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve to submit the expression of interest to Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to construct 14 tiny houses with the North Street Development Phase 1 and approve the preliminary budget totaling $2,801,400. MB's contribution is $280,140. The motion was carried. Motion 41 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Chris Miracle to approve signing the letter of support for the town of Desrano application to the Housing Enabling Fund to expand the sewage lift station. And that should say the sewage lift station. What street was that on?
That's
It's
North
up-
Street, isn't it?
Pardon?
Isn't that lift station for North Street?
It's for North Street,
Yeah.
but it's not on North Street. It's on one of the towns in Toronto. Is that
Yeah,
Maple?
Water Street.
Is that Water Street?
Mhm.
Yeah, yes.
That's Water Street. It does run down by the marina where the wall.
No, it's up by North Street when you come up the hill there.
Is that Grant
is
College?
Green? Is it Green Street?
No,
Street's
Green's
one
over here,
It's the next one down by the church. Okay.
off of North, when you're
Brent?
coming up, it's done past.
Okay,
and
wait,
then-
when you come
Grant.
around, when you come around John Green's place, what's that street?
That's, Brant.
Then it's on Brand Street, I
Yep.
think. Check with Todd which street that's, or check with Tom to see which street that's, or Todd, check with Todd to see which street the lift station is. We'll put that in there. Motion 42 was moved by Chris and seconded by Aaron Ferranti to, Chris Miracle and seconded by Aaron Ferranti to defer the committee meeting until after a council and executive team have a strategic planning session. The motion was carried. The council confirmed the following scheduled meetings: April the 10th, the regular council meeting, April the 19th, the Mohawk Council regular, April 23rd, the Mohawk Council local business. It was moved by Brian, seconded by Chris Brandt, that this meeting go into private at 4:35 p.m. The motion was carried. These are recorded by Shelley Bowden, the administrative executive assistant and recording secretary to the council. So for corrections,
Motion number 8, the date's got to be changed to May 29th and 30th, I think it was.
Oh,
April 29th and 30th.
so it's motion 28, okay?
No, motion
No.
8.
So it's not September, it's
We just said
April?
April 29th and 30th.
Got it. Are there any other corrections?
I just, oh,
Linda?
Where, in the briefing where it says council discussed the motion for May 18th, it should be March 18th.
under motion 29.
29?
Yeah, between motion 29 and 30.
Should we read March instead of May?
And on March, motion number 4, you've already have Curtis going to
Yeah,
the
we,
awards instead of personnel.
yeah, we can't, that he was approved to go. We have to leave that as, we'll just note that Curtis attended it. So what we'll do is we will just, we can't put that, we have to record the minutes the way they were, okay?
Yeah.
But at the time, we thought Chris was gonna go, so then we'll just leave it. Or do you want to change it in the minutes?
Well, if Curtis did.
I just notified council that Chris was unable to go, so Curtis went in his place.
We'll just make a note of it.
Yeah, so we'll just note that as a separate item in the, after the minutes are approved.
Thanks.
Because we have to approve the minutes the way they're recorded. And at that time, we didn't know that Chris was not going. Yes?
Oh, that one's in May too.
So
We're
not
living in
May,
the
it was
future.
March.
Come and show me, Angie.
In motion 4.
Motion number 4.
This happened March 19th,
So this should be March 19th.
and this should be taken out, right? 'Cause they're gonna be in London.
Okay. Yeah, and take out attending the Chiefs of Ontario, Chiefs Committee on Health and Coordination Unit, because I will be at that conference in London, England. That time, so that has to come out. And council had already approved that. Linda, did you have
yes, I
corrections?
did. Thank you, Chief. Motion 5, I know I wasn't here on this meeting, but, not motion 5, number 4. I'll also be attending the Emergency Management Conference with Oguari and Susan Barberstop. Yeah, motion 4 where it says Oguari attending the AIAIFN Emergency Management Conference?
Yes, you were to attend as well.
Yes.
Did you go to it?
No, that's
No,
next
it's
week.
not till next week. I can't yet.
Okay. Oh, you're right. You're
I don't
right.
want to jump the gun. I'm
Yeah,
standing on the
no,
street.
you're right.
Chief.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Next week, okay. So we'll add Aguirre and Linda will be attending.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome. So the only other corrections that AMSI has noted here is the, on March the 29th, the second sentence should read, "It has been brought," so just put a word "it," has been brought to the attention of council, and then that this is a working position and should only be held by a staff member. And on motion 41, it's a sewage lift station expansion. And then to record the street that it's on. And then on motion 20, at the end of the sentence, add the MBQ representative to the Bay of Quinte Film Board Committee.
That'd be motion 30, Chief.
You say that ain't on 20.
30,
Oh, okay, that's better.
add to the Bay of Quinte Film Board Committee. Those are the only corrections I see noted here. Is there any other corrections? If not, can we accept these minutes as corrected? Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
I'll second, Chief.
Aaron and Curtis. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The minutes are approved with noted corrections, and we'll put a note there after those minutes that Curtis Brandt attended in Chris Miracle's place for the Inspire Awards on April 18th in Ottawa. That Chris was unavailable to go. Is there any business arising from these minutes? If so, just refer to the motion that you're concerned about. Let's go back to the minutes of March 18th. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Barry, do you have any? Linda? Chris? Aaron?
Did we get that information from the ISC housing person?
Yeah. So I spoke to Siva. He had never seen the booklet that was commissioned by the government. But he did say if you have the BCIN number, and unfortunately that's an acronym for a designer, if you have that designation, then you don't need the engineer.
Okay.
And
so
I'll get my other phone and I'll send Siva a note saying, please.
If
put that in
Siva,
writing.
if Siva can just send us an email, then we can share that with the council and the staff.
Yeah, I'll get my other
And what
phone.
did Trim have to say?
I didn't speak to Trim.
Okay, just Siva?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I get the question then is who has this other designation if we don't need an engineer?
Yeah, it's called the BCIN. Your other designers have it. I've seen it in their stuff. But he said, I said, where'd this booklet come from? So, the person making the decision hasn't even seen the information. So,
Well, if he can
What
just send
booklet?
us an email, then I guess we can
What booklet?
share it with staff.
so there was the one booklet I shared with council, and then subsequent to that booklet, CMHC commissioned another booklet. And in the introduction, in the other booklet, it says, if you follow these instructions, you do not need a PNG to sign off. And I can get that booklet shared to all council.
Okay. So we'll wait then to get.
Yeah, I'll
that-
send it at the lunch hour.
Okay, good. No, just so everybody knows, Siva Apia is the Director of Housing at Indigenous Services Canada, Toronto Regional Office. Do you have any question, any other concerns, Aaron, Curtis? Chris? No. Hey,
I still got the book that Chris gave me. The book that you gave me there last week.
Is that
The one you had, yeah.
That's this one?
Yes, sir.
No, that's a different
No,
one.
the other one.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll get a copy of that for Aaron, and then you go to the introduction on.
I showed him where it was, yeah.
Okay.
You want to read it?
Okay, we'll have the minutes of April the 5th. Are there any business rising from those minutes? Wari?
Nope.
Linda? Chris? Aaron? Nope. Curtis? Chris? Okay, none? Okay, thank you. We will need a motion to pay the insurance, formal approval to pay the Aon insurance renewal proposal in the amount of $817,856. Now, I did sign this, Angela and I did sign the insurance proposal renewal and pay it at the end of March because we cannot operate without insurance. But we need to have a formal motion to approve the insurance.
I'll make a motion, Chief.
Curtis?
I'll second that.
The motion is carried. So now that would be outside of policy because normally we would have to come to council to pay a bill like that. But because we cannot operate without insurance, I signed it to renew the policy. No, number. So, Amnesty, I think I have a motion for all my upcoming meetings. Okay.
Yeah. Go secretary for it.
Have we ordered lunch? Sam Miracle has invited us to go down to lunch at the ALFDC. Do you want to go there?
Yes.
Yeah,
But
that's where I'm
don't,
going.
but go there. I've got to work on the affidavit with Jordan Sewell, which it's now 5 to 12. To file with the Ontario Land Management Board. So I'm going to do that at lunch hour. Then I'm going to be, then I'll come down there after. So can everybody be back here by 1 o'clock?
Yes.
So what I would suggest we do then is adjourn for lunch till 1 o'clock. Anyone opposed? Okay.
I'll run shop.
I ordered lunch.
Did
with
you,
Shelley.
Shelley, did you order
Where
lunch for
we're
everybody?
going.
I
Oh,
didn't
order,
order
didn't you?
lunch.
Well,
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't order, I'll go down, I think somebody should.
did you, what did,
Should show up.
Oh, I'm going.
Yeah.
you invited lunch, you ordered lunch for
I can
everyone?
drive and you can go with me.
And they didn't respond?
No, I never responded.
And so
I
you,
responded, I just said I was going to AFLDC.
I said I would try to get down there.
That's fine.
You're going down? We're going down, yeah. Anybody else?
What's that? No, I'm gonna go down there and get lunch. This should only take about a half an
Oh
hour.
my God.
Okay, we're back here for 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll need a motion then to cancel the meeting, to reschedule the meeting with Jordan Sewell on Monday to a later date. He'll send over some dates when he's available. So could we have a motion to cancel? I let him know it was canceled on Monday. It was. With Lisa.
Our meeting is with Lisa. That's been scheduled. The add-on with Mr. Sewell was never.
Because if we're going to make any progress, we better get on with it, because right now the hands of the clock are moving forward very quickly. And after February of next year, we are in danger of a federal election being called. And if Polyev gets in, there is going to be a very steep uphill battle
So the
to make progress on anything.
The Monday's meeting is canceled?
No,
Okay, all right. Just a wait. All right.
Because since last fall, they have been asking for a meeting with the council to deal with a proposal that he has to discuss with council on the resolution of Culberson claim. The claims negotiator said we can't do anything. We're waiting to hear back what the band's proposal is. I've given Lisa my ideas, and they need to be put on paper. We need to have a discussion and get council back, and this is how we'll proceed with it. But if you delay it, it's going to lead us to a path that we'll be out of luck next year.
So, Chief, are you asking us to set that meeting up with
Well,
Mr. Sewell?
I'm just stressing that there's urgency to getting on it, because you can't just have one meeting and talk to the lawyer and then think that's going to happen overnight. There's a lot of negotiations that have to take place to push the government in that direction. Just because you submit a letter doesn't mean they're going to do that. And what I've said all along is that the council does not have a mandate to surrender any land. That has to come from the people. In any of the community meetings we've had, there was only 2 people that would support a surrender of that land. The rest were totally against it.
So
And
the
so
meeting's gonna be
any
here?
surrender of land would stir up a bee's nest.
I have a meeting at the community center on Monday.
Yeah,
We have
Mon-
a meeting here on Monday with Lisa.
Okay, and that's that, right?
Monday is about with Lisa she's going to give us a presentation on all the land claims that we have. And then Chief is going to be rescheduling with the lawyers to come to.
I told them to send some dates, and I asked the council.
Monday's at 9.
Now, the other thing is that
Till
Enbridge
12:30.
and
Because
TC
I'm going
Energy
from that
want me to
meeting
go
over
to
the
a
community
major
notes.
capital project issue
There's a
in
staff
Toronto
meeting in the afternoon, or from 10 till 4.
on Monday and Tuesday of next week, because they're going to be talking about equity, First Nations equity positions and how they get invest in that and all that kind of stuff. I don't know anything about that, but they did say there were a number of chiefs were going to attend that meeting, and so we should know, because they're proposing to put something through here. If they are, then do we want to look at equity in that to generate revenue? So I already know the stuff that Lisa's going to present to council, but the new council, I would say, should go ahead and have that background information on Monday. If I could go to those meetings in Toronto, they've asked me to go.
Oh, okay.
There's Ogora can maybe bring it up about that, what you were seeing online with the extra charges from Enbridge
Oh, it's just
to the community.
Well, that was one of the things I wanted to talk to them about too, and I've talked to Melanie about it, but there's other more senior officials that are from Enbridge that'll be there, because I've told them that this is an issue in the community. People should believe there should be one price for customers, and the East End don't get it cheaper than the
This
West
is
End.
something different.
So they raised, so when they were at the Sydney, they got the first 20 meters for free, to $45 a meter after. Now they just increased it to like $169 a meter after.
From what to what?
That was for new installation
For new
of the
installation.
gas lines into the properties. The first 20 or 30 meters
It's
were
30
free.
meters. I understand.
Were
it's all-
free.
20. In the press release, it says 20 meters.
Now it's 20 meters, and instead of $45 a foot, they've increased it to $169
$69.
a foot.
Okay, draft a letter for my signature, and we'll send it off to Enbridge to ask, question that, because obviously that creates an affordability issue, I'm sure, for some. And I would like to know, how many homes are more than 30 meters off the road?
In my opinion, I think we allow them to come to our community. They should be connected to our houses for free. They should not be any charge for our people to be connected to the natural gas. They're gonna get paid for the natural gas.
Yeah, they don't do that in the other first station though. The only thing is that if we would have been considered at the same time that Kettle Point was, and we were just points away from, 2 or 3 points away from being, Kettle Point had a stronger proposal than we did because of the number of booklets they had. We're here, people can't make up their mind until the gas line is going by their driveway.
But see, on the other side, too, where it's we're free of any fines, service.
I can talk to them about it. I won't guarantee what the outcome will be. I can ask them.
Yes, and I
He-
believe Todd is
He
acting.
was willing to talk, chief. The fellow, David, the VP of operations there,
Yeah.
of the natural gas, he was
Yeah,
willing, he was willing to talk.
Yeah, he was the one that encouraged me to come to the meeting, and so did Melanie, and
Yeah.
so did Mark. Bruce.
And that was as of last night. So if you're gonna go, that's the questions that you can.
So I was suggesting I'll go to those meetings to see what that's all about, and we can lobby these issues there with the officials, because the most senior officials of the companies will be there. And then you guys get briefed on for Lisa on the land claim stuff, what's going on with that.
On Monday.
Is that agreeable to council?
Chris had something there.
Nobody's got a copy of the old 70s letter that said any and all additions to this pipeline will be free.
You were going to look for it.
It was in the lands office. I'm not sure if I kept a
not in there.
copy, but anyways, I brought that letter out many a time and held it in front of the gas people and said, we ain't giving you one red penny. And we did 3 or 4 projects, and then they switched who their contact was here, and cost sharing was on the table. But I'm not making this up. I had a copy of that letter, and it clearly said any and all additions, extensions are all free. And every time they had a different construction manager walked into the land's office, their jaw hit the floor.
Do you really recall who signed that letter, Chris? Because I haven't seen it.
It would have been late 60s, early 70s.
Do you still have that letter?
I only had a copy that I got from, I went to go get from lands all the time to say, here gas people, we ain't giving you a penny.
But you still have the letter?
I don't think I have it anywhere. I don't think I do, because it's going back.
Well, look in your records. Do you have records, papers at home?
Yeah, I'd be there forever looking for them, chief.
Well, then,
That's just why I'm saying some of the staff, it would have been in lands, it would have been in infrastructure.
They did check in lands and they couldn't find anything.
Okay. Well, this letter does exist, and I'm not making it up. And, we contributed $1 million plus so far, and $1 million we shouldn't have spent.
because Enbridge did bring the gas line up the York Road they invested over $1 million. Bayshore Road, York Road, Meadow Drive. They hooked up some of the community
But they're
buildings.
coming through the Delta 49 highway, really, to support the big cement plant. And that line was put into place for that cement plant. And if it didn't come through here, then that cement plant is
It did,
working.
right, and it came
So
up to
our
49.
argument is- Yeah.
Well, before the gas line was put in, there was the Highway 49 built there on top of most of the old Ferry Lane. And there was motions passed by the council to allow the province to have administration control of that corridor of land while it was used for a highway. And so they probably got permission from the Department of Highways at the time to put the gas line in that road allowance.
In their wildest dreams, they
But-
had never
but-
envisioned that we would see the growth that we've seen.
But
And that's why they thought.
the province though didn't have, the council never authorized anything but a highway. It didn't authorize to build a highway and install a natural gas line. And so really that's an issue that we have to, I think, negotiate with them. And so maybe there's some leverage there.
Well,
Well,
the gas line was in place.
I mean, if I say I will let you use my car to go to Napi, it doesn't mean that you can go to Montreal with it.
Take our concern to Enbridge, like you were.
So that's what I was going to suggest, and we never did, and so, but the council did sign an agreement with whatever, I don't know if it was Union Gas then, at the time, what the utility company was called then, but there is an agreement passed, there were motions of council, was in there around in the 1960s, and there was an agreement to take it into town, Deseronto. And Earl had the same understanding that our people could hook into that gas at any time, but whether it was free or not was the question, because I know when they got gas into their house on they were one of the first ones, they had to pay for to bring that gas from the York Road over into their house.
Well, we didn't pay for Huron Brant Drive South, Bayshore, and to extend it to the airport. We
No,
contributed.
Bayshore was only put in a few years ago when they provided that $1 million, Chris. There was no gas on Bayshore until we had that.
Yeah, but we did retrofit after the fact Huron
It-
Brant
it was-
South. We did
Huron
do
Brant, that's
Huron
right.
Brant when it was being built, and
It
we
went to-
did retrofit the airport.
Yeah, it went to the airport, through Ciro's Road to the airport.
These are all projects, are all independent, and they're all extensions, and they all
That's true.
require zero contribution.
Okay.
How many is,
You recall who you were dealing with at Enbridge or Union Gas?
They switched names 2 or 3 times, Chief.
today, how do we know, okay, you say the first 30 meters is for free. Do we know how many places that are hooked up, how many houses that are hooked up are over 30, and what did they pay? I think at the very worst case scenario is that we don't accept the rise in pay if it's going to be staying the same as like it was for those people that hooked up beyond 30 in the past. If we leave it at that, I mean, we're looking for free and they don't want to do everything for free. If we get everything for free, now, let's say there's 50 houses that had to pay. What are we gonna do for those people? Then they're gonna complain that, well, why didn't we pay and now these people don't have to?
Aaron was quoted what, $6,000?
Yeah, like if I signed up now, it was going to be like a 1,000, something like that. Like nothing that was too bad. But if I waited till the end of the month, it was going to be over $6,000.
Yeah, so like I say, we argued the fact that this big increase in per meter, we're not gonna accept that.
That being said, they did say that as long as people are signed on, like if they sign on now and say, yes, I want the gas, even if they don't get them till the later in the project, they'll still honor that rate. But it's still a lot of money. Like even the extra that I would have to pay is still a couple $1,000s now, just for the line.
Just for being off.
Not including the transition of like my furnace over to natural gas from propane or any of that, which was a couple of $1,000s also on top of it.
Eating natural gas or wine, you do that.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I pay maybe, well, in the summertime, I pay about $35 every 3 months. In the wintertime, I might pay $30 a month, and that's it for natural gas. Heating and cooking. It's cheap. It's really cheap.
Okay, if we can get back to our agenda then.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So if-
See where you can get with that.
Okay, so I'll need a motion then to go to that meeting, then you guys do the update with Lisa on the claims.
I'll
Is
make
that-
a motion.
Second.
Yeah, I'll third it.
We can't.
No,
Here we
I'll
go.
third it.
Here we go again.
Do we have anybody for local business on Tuesday? Okay. That motion is carried then. Next item then. If someone can give me a briefing note about these costs on gas from the 45 up to 169, I'd like to see the email that came from Enbridge.
Okay. I'll have to check with Tom's shop for that.
It's posted on the MBQ Facebook page too.
Rebecca's sure.
Yes, I saw that. Pardon?
Okay, the SPC, MBQ wanted collaboration, they wanted to approval, they seen the videos.
We didn't do meetings outside the community.
Are we gonna look at the video?
We did.
Do number
That one of the
4.
two
Is
we
that
looked at.
what
Yes.
Luke was looking at there?
Yeah.
There was 2, I guess.
Okay, so what, is there any direct, is recommending MBQ provide approval to allow SPC to make video public and collaborative services, council approve?
We skipped number 4 on the agenda.
Yeah, we skipped number 4. Okay, well, there was just one meeting that I had, the major project, which was a motion to approve meetings to attend. Oh,
And there's the AIAIAGA.
okay, so my apologies. Okay, right, so I'll be attending the meeting on the 29th then in Toronto, June the 4th, 5th, 6th, the AIAI General Assembly at Caldwell. First Nations will be at the Caesar Palace Casino Hotel. June 11th to 13th will be the Chiefs of Ontario Annual General Assembly at Six Nations. July the 4th will be the Open LP AGM in Toronto, Ontario, which got the Chiefs meeting. We usually have to approve the audit and deal with any other issues that are on the agenda.
There's also Iroquois Caucus, May 28th, 30th. I think Amy Lickers just sent something to show.
May what?
She just sent it out. May 28th to 30th. Is it? Okay.
So I guess we need to know who's going to these
On this
meetings.
Somewhere later.
So
Okay.
the Chiefs Committee on Social Update meeting, they're going to be discussing the negotiations for the child welfare settlement issues on that. That's what the negotiations will be about. June the 4th and 5th, anybody can go to that. The same with the Chiefs General Assembly, annual assembly at Six Nations, everybody can go to that. And then the July 4th is usually a Chiefs meeting.
I'll go to the,
I can't make that AIAI AGA, but I could potentially do is the COO AGA?
You can go to that.
Yeah.
Anybody can go to those two. So, oh God, see, who's put up your hand if you're going to attend the AIAI meeting?
The one on the
going?
June 4th and 5th?
Yes.
I will.
So Gary's going. Anybody else going?
Yes, Chief, I'd like to go.
Linda? And Chief will go. Anyone else? Okay. The meeting, the Chiefs Annual General Assembly at Six Nations, who's going to attend that from council? I'll attend.
I'm going to try to attend that one. But
Okay.
I will give confirmation.
Chief, and then Aaron. Anyone else?
You put me down as a maybe on that one?
Okay, Wari,
Same, chief.
Curtis. Okay. And the Open LP, I will attend that.
Chief, for the AIAIAGA, there's an election. Oh,
Yes,
So you
so-
need 7,
We have, but we have 7
5.
votes.
You need 5 from council, 2 youth.
Okay,
And I've already got Susan working on the youth one.
so who's been nominated for the position?
I haven't seen anything about nominations.
Have nominations closed?
I don't,
No, actually, I just got an email. I think it has to be in by, so the nominations are due Monday, May 6th by 4:30, and an MCR is required.
Monday, May the 6th?
Yeah, by 4:30.
So do you want to nominate, it's the is it the Grand Chiefs that they're election for?
Deputy
Deputy.
Grand Chief?
Deputy, okay, because the other one didn't fulfill the term, so do you want to nominate anybody for Deputy Grand Chief?
I believe that's the position that Stacia is filling right
That's
now.
correct.
And if she's comfortable with it, then I would nominate Stacia to continue in that role.
Moved by Aaron to nominate Stacia for the deputy grand chief position. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, yeah.
Chris Brandt, is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. And Brandon Dockstader didn't fulfill his term, so he had some family issues and stuff to deal with. His mother passed away and all that. Who's going to go to the Iroquois caucus meeting on May the 29th to the 30th?
I'm going to try to attend that one.
Aaron's going to attend.
Me also, Chief.
Curtis will attend.
What date is that again, chief?
Go
May
for it.
28th to 30th, I believe they said.
No, I can't. I'm out of town on the 30th. My grandkids bought me tickets to go to the Wheel of Fortune.
Nice.
Okay.
That's my Mother's Day present.
Okay, can we have a motion that the people at those meetings, we have a mover?
I'll move.
Linda? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Sandy Pines. Ready, would you just, it's part of this, the relationship with built with Sandy Pines, MBQ funding for species at risk, and SPWC funding for education. MBQ Environment has been assisting SPWC in creating an educational course that will be offered online to elementary schools to support the environmental and cultural education, seeking Chief and Council's approval to include and make public the attached videos to the SWC. It's recommended that MBQ provide approval to allow SPWC to make videos public to the collaborative courses. Does council approve? And I guess, is there a patent on this video?
We seen one video, we never seen the other one. The first one seems to be all right. What they talk about, everything, like, the content, that seems to be fine, but
Thank you.
I'd like to see the second video before I give an okay on anything. We've seen one, do we know if the second is gonna be the same as the first? Shelley, have you seen videos, or anybody in here, have you seen both videos?
No, just the one we watched.
Amzie said she watched both of them. Right.
Well, because I don't wanna agree to something unless
haven't
we've seen
seen.
both of the
Yeah.
videos. Like, the
If
first one
we-
is all right.
If we could watch it at the end of this, maybe we can just postpone this one to the end and watch it. And
Sure,
make a
okay,
decision?
let's do
We'll
that.
just knock this off until the very end and then watch it.
Okay, let's put that aside then.
Good idea.
The hydro connection at 156 Ridge Road. It's recommended that council authorizes. The road superintendent has reviewed it and has no issues. Does council approve?
I'll make the motion, Chief.
Aguari
I'll second.
and Curtis. Anyone opposed?
Make sure you sign everywhere, and I believe council has to sign as
They
well.
do.
So please pass it around.
It's printed so small and if you come and show me where exactly I have to sign, I presume it's here, but I'm so sure.
That I don't know, because if you can't see it, then I sure probably won't be able to see it.
Can you see, Chris? Chris,
I got
your
glasses,
eyesight
but
good? Is
sometimes
that
the
where I
small print
signed?
doesn't work.
I think it is. Can you read that?
Let me look in the folder.
Nothing on the back sheet? Nothing on the back. Can you, is your eyes good enough to read that? I think that's what it's on. I'm not sure.
Council resolution. I think you have to sign a plan too, don't they, Shelley?
Can you see it?
Oh, are you the approver?
Yes.
Well, that's uneven.
Yeah. Paper or pen?
Right there.
I think so.
Oh, maybe the documents aren't all there.
So today is the 19th. 24. There's a hydro connection at 1355 York Road. The superintendent has reviewed it and doesn't have an issue, and the recommendation is provide MCR authorizing the connection.
All motion.
I'll second.
Aaron and Owari. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Sign this here too. Iroquois Caucus May IC meeting with the Blackfoot Confederacy. The next IC General Assembly is scheduled on May 29th and 30th, will be in Ganawagi. The Blackfoot Confederacy will be in attendance, and the draft schedule will be greeting cultural activities. Meeting day is number 2. IC business in the morning, golf and Blackfoot Confederacy in the afternoon. The agenda items suggest that March IC meeting to discuss the Blackfoot Confederacy include border crossing, economic development, the ICWHG presentation, tax issues, excise and carbon, gaming bill, BLS 268 in Métis, and TMC provide input for the draft schedule for 3 days, review suggest discussion topics and suggest additions or deletions, identify to whom will be attending the IC meeting with the Blackfoot Confederacy representatives. Does council approve these recommendations?
Yep. All
Okay.
motion.
I'll second, Chief.
Aaron and Curtis.
Yep, there was a email that Shushu sent around and from Amy. We can review it.
And Bill S 2668 so Senator Prosper spoke to Bill S 268 is to amend the criminal code, section 207 of the criminal code to recognize First Nations jurisdiction to operate, maintain, and administer gaming operations within their territories. New business registrations. And see if you can make arrangements for me to attend that meeting in Toronto on major capital projects. I'm going to go to that council deal with Lisa. To deal with the major, there's some issues there. Okay, ask Melanie Green to send you all the information. Yes. Yeah, and I'll be back in time for the 7 o'clock meeting. Okay. New business registration, blow it up rentals. Blow it up rentals, the owner Jasmine Nicholson. Bounce Castles equipment rental and sales. Environment protection inspection completed. Insurance is on file. Motion to approve to sign it. Is there a motion to approve?
All motion.
Aaron
I'll second, Chief.
and Curtis. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. A business registration for J&J Distributors. It's a new business registration. It's owned by Jasmine Nicholson, delivery business solely used for blow-up rental demands. Owner picks up truck and uses to deliver bounce castles to party sites, nothing to inspect. Business insurance not required for business registration purposes as per policy. Motion to approve and sign.
Are they the same or are they two different ones?
It's the same.
The same, she's just putting it in, she can use the truck and the trailer,
Okay.
so the truck would have.
So one's a rental company, the other one's a delivery service.
Delivery, yeah.
That's right.
I'll approve that one.
I'll second.
Moved by O'Barry and seconded by Aaron.
What'd you do?
I don't know, I was just, I don't know what it
What's it say?
is. This is what,
Word.
Okay, I'll sign this after. A business registration for Coffee Chief owner is Matthew O'Rourke.
that's,
Online coffee sales, e-commerce business. Environmental and fire protection not required, no insurance required. Recommendation to approve and sign. Is there a mover? Seconder.
This one, the documentation wasn't complete on the
Yeah, it hasn't been
application
recommended
that came forward.
by Diana.
It must have come forward later, did it?
Oh, no, she's never signed up.
Like the first
Oh.
half is completed and page 2 has no signatures. So I would defer that
So the
one.
business app is not completed.
Can we get Diane Winkler to come in, please? Is she here? Okay.
Now, but she said she was in and out today.
Coffee chief.
Oh, copy sheet, okay, okay.
You back caught up?
I thought I did something wrong.
She's not here right now, so we'll have to defer this.
I'll motion to defer.
Over at, the building? Yeah. The family.
I'll second the referral.
He's in for,
Yams and deferred.
good advertising.
I thought the same thing.
That was Aaron and Awari to defer?
Yep.
Okay, anybody opposed? So it's incomplete application. There used to be a place where all the directors had initials there. Why are they not using the right forms? So we know that it was reviewed by the executive before it came to the agenda.
It is supposed to be initialed and reviewed by the director for the
I don't know.
area.
I don't
that-
know if they're not using the right forms because there's no block there with those.
Oh, that must be not the right form. So,
So anyway, can you make sure, Sherry, that the staff are using the right forms for that?
Yeah.
Because I look for that.
okay.
And a lot of that stuff would be caught before, instead of council touching it. So Craig Smith from the Ministry of Natural Resources.
But then 2 days ago, this guy changed his name. He was Matthew Eastwood.
Greenwood.
Greenwood.
That's Bob's son.
So she had to change the application up, you can see it scratched out to O'Rourke now on the application form. And she uploaded a new form, agenda form, and the old one with his old name on it was signed off.
Oh,
So it was signed off by the directors, but
the wrong one came.
yeah.
Okay.
So then should we be approving it then instead of deferring it?
Yeah, when they give us
The application
When
is
it's done.
incomplete as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, requesting, Craig Smith from the MRF is requesting approximately 2-hour meeting with the council to present the roles of the conservation officers and community-led restorative justice process. It is recommended the council meet and subsequently decide if a presentation to the community is desired. There's no harm in finding out what they're doing, because right now there is a lot of there has been from time to time conflict with MNR officers and the exercise of our hunting and fishing rights. And I think it's an opportunity when we meet with these enforcement to let them see it through our lens, that we have rights that they need to learn to start learning to respect.
but they don't learn, not they learn the law, which is their law, and they don't they do not learn any of our laws and what our traditions and everything like that, because they don't have to. It's not what they're taught.
So while the enforcement officers recognize that our people have hunting and fishing rights, they want to confine it to an area within the old Peterborough M&R district zone. Our rights are not based on those arbitrary zones that were implemented for administrative purposes of the MNRF. There still is the 1701 dish with one spoon, or the Treaty of La Grande Paix, which I've circulated to the council before, and the English call it the Great Peace Treaty, where instead of fighting, you're having warfare over access to the resources, where 38 chiefs went to Montreal when the governor of the colony of New France called a meeting of chiefs to bring peace so that the fur trade could flourish. So they all agreed that they would share that traditional territory instead of fighting over it. And so we still believe that the Crown has an obligation to honor that treaty. And I have raised this issue with Greg Rickford, who's the Minister of Native Affairs in Ontario. And he said that they do recognize the treaty. So I said, then why are people being charged then and being told that they're hunting and fishing outside of their territory? And so it's where they're fishing and hunting. It's not so much that they're doing it, it's where they're doing it.
From what they said in the Iroquois caucus meetings, that 1701 goes from basically Nova Scotia to tip of Lake Superior right down to Kentucky in a big drag.
Well, there was when Sean Brandt and there was, I think, Grant Barberstock and some other person went to hunt at Presqu'île Park. There was a court case, and they had some lawyers, Jeremy Dolgan and another lawyer from Ottawa, represent them in that case. The Ministry of Natural Resources went to the Public Records Office in England to get a copy of the deed, the 1701 treaty, and they found that it started at the Scarborough line and went westward, and it was 400 miles by 800 miles. And so that's where they determined. But there's also this other agreement. That's what the English recognized. But there's this other agreement where they agreed to all of the signing nations, which were the Algonquins, were included, that they would share that traditional harvesting area and not fight over it. So they were to accommodate each other, not restrict each other. So what's happening now with Pikwakanagan, that they're restricting people from hunting in what they say is their traditional territory. When they filed their land claim, I did put Canada and Ontario on notice that we had continued existing rights there to hunt and fish and gather, that our people are still exercising those rights. So they are in notice and writing about that.
So it looks like the ministry wants to have a meeting then?
So I think this is another thing that we can have a discussion with the enforcement, because there's more than, that's what the live issue is here. And the deputy minister, I had a conversation with him to ask him, I said, well, your minister said that you recognize the 1701 treaty. Why is all this other stuff happening to our people when they exercise those rights? But then there's the issue of trespass to property, where so much of the land that was recognized in the district office of the MNRF, Peterborough District Office, a lot of that land is fee simple held, and then they have the Trespass to Property Act that they apply. If you don't have permission from the fee simple title holder, you can't hunt or fish in those in that area. So what good are hunting and fishing rights if you have no land to exercise it on? Mm-hmm. And so I think it's good politics. It's good. Everybody wants to know who's on their land, especially if they hear gunshots. You know, it would scare anybody if you went on their property, they heard gunshots and they have cattle, they would wonder what's going on. So you can't just go there and presume that I have the right to do this. Therefore, it's a courtesy to let other people know that you want to do this. And quite often, a lot of those farmers will say, oh yeah, that's no problem at all. But if you just go and push your way in and not ignore that they're there, then you're going to have problems. And then the police will then say that they lay charges under the trespass because they didn't ask for permission to be there. So there's a lot of conflict around all of this. And of course, it costs us well over $10,000 in the Martin case. And I've asked the province to reimburse that money back to the band.
Did you get a response to that?
The deputy minister is still looking at it.
Oh, okay.
I thought we got reimbursed by Iroquois Caucus.
We got reimbursed for the hunting charges that were that related to acquisition. No, you're right. The Martin case did give us $6,000,
Yeah, I thought we were.
but not all of it. It was over 10,000. So I want the difference from the
So did that case set a precedent then that he can't, I mean, like, oh, they wanted to try.
Well,
him for
it was
trespassing,
it
but-
was because these issues were alive or well. They did agree to put those charges on hold, and they did give the Martins back their gun and all that stuff. But the deer was kept by the property owner. The MNRF gave it to the property owner because it was killed on his land. So Christmas Day,
But was it during the season? Was it?
it was on
Boxing.
It was on Boxing Day that they
Oh,
hunted and
okay,
killed that deer.
then that's, they have up until December the 31st.
So they hunted deer. So the white people across the bay sent the Mohawks home with no food
No, what,
at Christmas time.
so what should have happened there by law is that deer, because it's still on traditional harvest area, that deer should have come back to the reserve.
Well,
And
it-
not necessarily, Joe, just to, if we had something like the food bank, if the food bank would take it, and I know our food bank won't take it because it's not federal, or it's not.
federally inspected.
It's not inspected. Why? It's a deer. It's wild. We live off of wild game and we always have.
And that-
So
and-
why does it have to be inspected to be able to give out to our elders type of thing? So I know in the northern communities, if the MNR sees, let's say, a caribou off of that was illegally poached, they would take that caribou and they would take it to the closest community and they would give it to the community and they would not keep it from themselves. It would to go back to the First Nations,
Well-
closest First Nations community.
Well, anyway, that's not what they did there, and that's not how it operates. Most they keep the deer. That's what they're keeping.
The MNR are not allowed to keep the deer.
So, Chief, in the Martin instance, do you know, were they jacklighting? Were they
No,
hunting after
no,
dark?
No, it was
No,
after.
no.
Also, we're live, so we probably shouldn't discuss
It was
people's
at the
personal
farm.
things.
Didn't know they were on his property, and he felt really strong about them just helping themselves to his land and shooting guns on his property. Didn't ask. All of a sudden, they were there. That's what they were doing. So he called the police.
See, I was always brought up under the assumption that it doesn't, the only way they can stop us from entering their land, whether they have a deed for it or not, is if they have a license to raise fur-bearing animals.
Well, if you can't hunt if they have a barn that has, livestock in it. There, you have to be so many feet away from that. That's part of that regulation. But we need to send that.
Under the treaties, it was the landowners or the farmers couldn't prevent us from hunting on their land unless they had a license for fur-bearing animals.
But the police and the MNRF they didn't get charged with hunting. They got charged with trespass.
But how do you trespass in when it's your own traditional land if you're hunting?
Well, there again, there's another issue. The Iroquois caucus and the Haudenosaunee people have never asserted their rights to traditional land. Every time there's hunting, oh, it's all ours, it's all ours, it's all ours. They have not put a line on the map that say this is where we assert to be our traditional territory and entered into negotiations with the government to have it recognized as such. The Algonquins are doing that. The Mississaugas are doing that. The Ojibways are doing that. Everybody's doing that except the Haudenosaunee.
I thought, I was always led to believe that there is no trespassing unless if you were by foot walking across somebody else's land, you are not trespassing if it's our traditional harvest area. If you were in a four-wheeler or if you were in a truck, then you couldn't be charged for trespassing, but you could be charged for destroying the property. Whether it's let's say in a cornfield and you're knocking corn stalks down or whatever, then you could be charged for damaging property. You cannot be charged for trespassing property.
Yeah. So it was during the AFN meeting, I got a phone call about it. So Joe Martin phoned me and he wanted.
We're
me to go-
live.
Pardon?
We're live. You shouldn't
Yeah.
mention people by name.
Okay, well, I was called to go to the Picton court. Well, the court was a public place, so it would be. It's a
Well,
public,
we don't need to rehash people's business
Yeah.
live on YouTube.
but it's everybody's business, Aaron, because this affects everybody's right to do
In
that.
this case, I think, yeah, it's an open, and if it does set a precedent,
But anyhow, so Ernie Parsons was the JP that heard it, and so we hired Kate Kempton to be the lawyer from OKT Law at the time, and so they were able to, through several $1,000s in discussions with the prosecutor from MRF, did get it stayed in the party that got their guns back. But the deer had been taken, and by the, I understand that the M&R officer gave it to the property owner.
So can we go back to the agenda item at hand?
I would like to have a meeting with him, with this guy, but I don't want it to be over Zoom. I think it'd be better to be an in-person meeting.
This is for a 2-hour presentation. They
Well,
want to do
they're
presentation.
just going to tell you how they handle cases, and I don't think that when they don't recognize that we have rights, and they're not accommodating those rights, the honor of the crown is at stake.
So they've,
Well, in his email, it says we could start, or as a start, we could plan a time to go over the presentation informally through Team or Zooms with interested members of your council, thinking we could do this in an hour.
Yeah.
so their first email says that they want to discuss the presentation of the enforcement branch, which includes information from other First Nations, and it speaks to the roles of the MNRF, conservation officers, and community lead restorative justice processes. They've delivered it to various First Nation communities throughout the province already, and the feedback has been positive. So they want to show us their presentation, and then if we think yes, then we'll have a open community forum.
So really what they do when somebody's charged, they go to up and tell you, so you've been a bad boy or bad girl, and you can come here to not get charged criminally, and they have other means in which you can pay penance for exercising your right that's supposed to be recognized. To me, there's something wrong with that picture. Because what's really at issue is the failure to recognize that our people have a right. So they go down to the justice circle that was operating under FNTI and now us. And so I don't think that we should ever take the premise to ask our people to participate in something that doesn't recognize that they have rights.
I don't think it would hurt to have to hear what they say.
It's good to be in the know of what they're doing.
The Iroquois Caucus has also let
Talking
us,
about that, yeah.
yeah, they're dealing with these situations as well, and with the ministry and in other places, but they also won't support things that are done illegally. So if the guns are not handled the proper way, if there's other things as well, aside from just hunting on your own territory or your traditional lands. So it's broader than just that.
There's where the issue is, Aaron, is where is our traditional land? Because that land is now being claimed by other nations, and they're saying it's not ours. And MNRF is telling of our people, if you want to hunt there, then you go and ask those other nations if your people can do there. Akwesasne has done that with...
Which is something that your Iroquois Caucus is talking about. What they're trying to recognize now is that if we have this agreement, then you shouldn't need to go and get a letter from the other organization.
Well, that's the way it's been operating all along, and right now, the Akwesasne did that with some of their hunters, and Kitiganzivi said, no, they can't go there.
That's for moose. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
And,
this
uh,
is, well,
and
obviously
something
this
like
is just
that, right
the,
now,
Iroquois
we've
Caucus.
had many requests for the James Bay people to come down and harvest Canada geese on our traditional land, and we've given permission, but we cannot go up there and harvest caribou. It's a James Bay agreement is totally different than all the rest of Canada. The James Bay Agreement, which is the Cree, the 9 Cree nations,
The
have their
Cree-Naskapi
own
agreement.
laws that only pertain to them. There are no outsiders, so if we were to go up there to hunt as First Nations, they actually, in that law that they have, we have to go up there to hunt as non-native. We need to get licenses, you need to get this, and you need to get everything as the white guy would.
Well, it's their territory to govern, and I guess if you're going to go to their territory, you have to abide by their laws.
That was made by the government of Canada, though. It wasn't made by the Cree Nation. And that was made by the government telling the Cree Nation.
Well, that's one of the issues of contention at the Iroquois caucus that I've heard, is that, they can come down here and take our resources, but we're unwelcome to go to theirs. Unless we go up there as a non-native.
So do we want to have this
Yeah,
meeting?
What the thing is there, anything that is, we can go there and harvest geese because the geese they're migratory. So anything that's migratory out of their region, then we can harvest it. Anything that stays in their region, for example, the caribou, they migrate, the caribou migrate, but they only migrate in that particular area, in that region, so nobody else can go in there and take them. And that's the same way with moose. So it's like the Algonquin. If we try to ask Golden Lake permission to harvest a moose, they will tell us no, because that's their moose. And I know that for a fact. You cannot get permission from them. You can never get a letter for moose. You can for deer, but you cannot for moose.
We used to get them from there for some of our hunters, but when there's so many of them going to the same area, then they're concerned about conservation. They're concerned about there being enough moose for their population.
Yeah, that's but the reason why those the Algonquin is because they actually have to follow the MNR rules. The community is given 17 tags, and that's all they're allowed. And then that community chooses 5 to 7 hunters to go and harvest 17 moose, bring it back to the community, and then it's all divided up amongst everybody that wants them. So that's pretty good on the harvesters' behalf, making sure that everybody gets their share. But they got to have a tag system, and they can't shoot 18. They can only shoot 17, and that's it.
Well,
So are we meeting
anyway,
with this guy or what? Or we're getting off
I want
track?
to have a meeting with them.
okay, anyway.
We're not gonna get this
Let's
done.
meet with them and let's find out what they
We're not.
do. Then we can find out, when we know what they do, then we can find out how we're
Let's
going to
carry
address
on
it.
here.
So that's,
I'm
I'd
fine to
recommend.
have a meeting
I'll
with them
meet-
so that we
Oh,
can
you go. Listen
hear
to
what
he's
they're
got to say.
saying. If you don't
You
agree with
don't
it, then
agree
we
with it,
say,
don't
no,
agree
you
with
don't
it.
have a community consultation.
Oh, sorry.
But no, I don't know.
So moved by Chris Brandt,
Oh.
second by Chris Miracle.
Oh, it was already in the works, by all means.
Do you want to suggest a meeting time? Like
Yeah,
pick
they're
your
asking
calendars?
for a date.
I don't have
It
anything
will
over
be-
here, but you guys,
it will be-
if you guys do, then
They're looking for 2 hours.
6
The two-
o'clock in the morning.
The two,
Sunday.
Chris Miracle and Brandt.
Pick one.
Do we have does somebody have that? When you guys are busy?
Yeah.
Because I'll do it as long as there's some notice, I can do it anytime.
When do you guys leave next week?
Monday night.
Oh, Monday. Okay, so you're doing Tuesday by Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
What about the second week of May? Is that too far away?
I'm gone to.
Oh, you're going.
It doesn't matter. Like, I could try and get on by Zoom, so
When do you leave?
May 8th to the 19th.
What about the Monday, the 6th? If it's just 2 hours, could we do it in like the morning or the evening or the afternoon?
Yeah.
Because 9?
If we're gonna make it in the afternoon, let's make it a little bit, if you're gonna do it in the morning, if it's only gonna be a couple hours, what I'm thinking is that,
We can do
if
afternoon.
it's only 2 after,
Yeah.
if we can do it now, then I can work in the morning and come back.
What if we did at 3?
Or if
Would
you
that
do it
work?
right at 9 o'clock, then I can take off and do a half a day work.
Yeah, Monday afternoon would be better for me.
Whatever. we
Monday at
decide.
3?
I mean,
Yeah, anytime after lunch,
Monday at
because I
3?
have a meet, I
They said
have to
9.
go and.
If you want to
Anytime.
do, anytime. He's going to do one run.
Afternoon would be
Yeah,
better
should be-
for her.
It's in
than
Kingston, I should be back by 1.
by 1.
Oh, okay.
So after,
Monday at 3? Monday at 3?
Yep, that's.
Is Monday the 6th good with the chief, Amsey?
Monday the 6th
Monday
at
the
3
6th.
p.m.
I won't be here then. I'll be flying to England.
Oh,
That week is not good. The following week will be good. 13th is good.
But Aguirre won't be here.
14th is good.
But Aguirre won't be here.
are you gone all week?
Yeah, I'm
You
going.
gone
The
all week?
14th is good.
I can join by Zoom if I need to.
What about the 15th, Corey?
You
Oguari?
Yeah, I'm going to Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
The 15th good for you,
Yeah, I'll
Oguari?
just join by Zoom. We got a local business meeting that night anyways, so.
So would they be okay to do it their Zoom at 5? Like if we do their Zoom and then go into local business, would that be okay?
I think, well,
yeah, just to be here all at the same time, so.
That would be the
At 5
15th.
o'clock?
That'd be the 15th at 5 if they can do it.
Let's call and ask him.
Yeah, it's just a suggestion, so we'll see if they're available. Yeah, pencil. Pencil. Unless you got white in. Oh,
What's F stand for MNRF?
Forestry.
Okay, okay. Who's going? 15th, 5 o'clock? 5. Yeah. 5 to 7.
Forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Yeah, that sounds good.
yeah, touche. I'm good with either. Whatever. Do we just have one person that day? Oh, we don't have anybody yet. Right.
cool. Let's just send him an email saying.
Is it
"Hey,
at
if
4
he-
now? Or?
4 p.m.
If he doesn't like it. he can
Yeah,
Send
then
us back
that's,
something else.
then we're done earlier too. There's nobody for local. That's it.
We travel everywhere. Hunting. But we don't travel anywhere fishing. We've got everything we need here.
I don't fish in Mexico.
Is that where you're going?
No, I'm going to Myrtle Beach.
He's
instead.
going downtown.
No, yeah, I wish.
He'll take it.
I'm going down for bike week in Myrtle Beach.
Okay, it's been moved by Chris, the two Chris's, to schedule this meeting for May the 15th at 4 p.m. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Alan Pratt invoices. There's an Alan Pratt invoice in the amount for Culberson tract, $3,456. Year to date, $5,967.96. Fiscal year to date, 2023, 24, $20,258.46. Motion to pay.
All motion?
Aaron? Your seconder?
I'll second that, Chief.
Hicks Morley invoice for HR matters. Invoice number 3290-2, $1,008. Invoice number 3290-41, $560. Motion to pay.
All motion.
Aaron,
I'll second, Chief.
Linda? Anyone opposed? The motion is carried. JFK Law invoice.
I was looking at these invoices and I'd like to discuss these ones because like I don't know if any of this was put forward from the council to talk to them about or if it was just brought by you.
On the JFK ones?
Yes.
And what do you want to discuss? The invoice?
Do we want to discuss that when we go in private?
Yeah, I think can we defer this to the private?
Okay, we can. Put that in private then. First Nation storm sewer replacement is the next item.
What? Oh,
Do you want to pay the invoice and have the discussion, or do you want to delay payment?
Yeah, we'll pay it, I guess.
Pay it? Is there a motion to pay the invoice and we'll have the discussion in camera?
all motion.
Moved by Aaron, who will second it?
I will, I guess.
Obari. Motions, anybody opposed to paying this invoice? Seeing done, the motion's carried. The storm sewer replacement. Where is the storm sewer broken? Where is this? I'm sorry, Shelley?
On the runway at the airport.
At the airport?
Yep.
So do we pay for those damages because it's like we own that property?
We own the storm sewers that are there. We own it and we lease it to FMTI.
Okay.
Is on the airport. Air building, it's where?
The sinkhole on the runway and the storm sewer was
I know that
further
they're
down.
on each corner of the runway, there's big spout and there are big grates, manhole kind of things, but I don't know of any storm, sewers on the runway itself. I mean, how,
No, so it says the storm pipe was located at the northwest corner of the runway. It says which one, but I don't know what that means. So it was just where it ran underneath. I think it broke maybe over here, but it ran under here and made the sink.
Anyway, it's for the safety of the runway. This work should get done. You're right. You're leasing the land for a flying school. Everything should be in top-notch shape in that runway is in need of an awful lot of upgrading.
there's a big upgrade just for.
A seconder or a mover?
When Bruce Miller was there and the board was there, they had that runway repaved one time and nothing's been done since.
I know that drawing you're talking about. I know it is in.
Can you move her or second?
We need to move it to get it done.
I'll move, chief.
I'll second.
Now are we going with the recommendation?
award the contract to build all for 59,000 for a total budget of $78,089. So you're going with a higher bidder.
Yes, because it went to RFP. We had about 4 bids come back, and the 2 lowest bids, the lowest one with Scott Trudeau Construction was non-conforming. So they didn't actually provide the same, what we had asked for in the RFP.
There's no
So-
bond or performance bond.
No, it was with regards to the material they were going to be providing us at the end of it all. So it was considered a non-conforming bid, which allowed them to be a little bit cheaper than the next one up, which was Build All. So that's why it was determined to go with Build All.
Where are the bids, which?
They should be in that package.
On the second page of the package.
Am I?
It's called briefing note. Are you the right one?
Well, I think so.
Under 16.
Yeah, I'm on 16.
Yep, and then there should be a blue icon that says briefing note.
Oh, right here, that one.
Oh, yes, you're right, Aguari. It was was missing a bid bond and performance bond.
So the one bid is non-compliant.
They were non-compliant,
Okay.
so we went with the next lowest bidder, which happened to be Beldall.
I'll second that.
How many bids were there on the project?
2.
Oh, there were only 2. I thought there were supposed to be 3.
No, I
She
think
said there
there's
was 4.
4.
Oh, was there? Okay.
The other 2 were quite a bit higher.
Okay, so you just,
Took the 2
you
lowest.
just took the 2 loads, okay.
And who, Chris Miracle moved it? Who seconded it?
I did.
Aaron? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. LFTC Tiny House Foundations. No, Glenn Goodman, I saw him at the water symposium. There's $50,000 for micro infrastructure development for micro houses. So I would think this would fit the North Street. It's $50,000. The 2 communities that are targeted are Wikwemikong and Tyendinaga, Mohawk, Quinny. So Todd has an email about that, Sherry, and so you can follow up with Todd
Okay.
to see where are they going to apply for the money. We can get, I think, I presume it might be 25,000 per community for micro housing subdivision. And I understand there's going to be a lot of tiny houses going in North Street.
What'd you call it?
Micro housing infrastructure. And Glenn Goodman from the Open SCC sent an email to Todd, so he told me. So Todd does know about it. So Todd and Tom and yourselves should coordinate what the plan is for that money. And the 2 communities that are eligible are Mohawks, the Bay of Quinte, and Wikwemikong. So recommendation for tiny houses. Jump the gun here. Sponsor replacement.
So was this all about, the same discussion that we had before about foundation as opposed to start on grade?
Yeah.
No, these
These-
ones are pre-built homes that already have floors in them, so to put them on a slab on grade would be kind of dumb, in my opinion.
This is a separate, These are two separate houses from that other project that we're
With the same
discussing.
issue.
But we're just asking you, what foundations are we going to use? Because we're ready to move those houses and we need to get foundations in place.
You got a question?
Chris?
The LOTC tiny houses, and because purchased two houses from LOTC and require a decision made for the preferred foundation type. Provide direction on what type of foundation he wants to be utilized for these units. Approve phase two site plan. Approve the updated budget. $378,450.
So I have a question, Chief.
Yes, go ahead.
My question is, they put forward 3 or 4 options, but there's no costing. And in order to do a good analysis, you have to price out each one. I would have thought they would have priced some of this out because they've already taken some of these approaches with the 2 they've already delivered. They've already put 2 on ICF, so the costing should be available. But to ask us for make a decision without all the information, I need all the information, which is how much is the proposed cost for each
we would
scenario.
give you the costs once we know the application you're want these on. We can't.
You're talking about what the chief's talking about?
We're talking about the 2 foundations for these 2 tiny houses that are already built.
So the question is, where are they going to build, what kind of foundation? And Chris wants to know the cost, the total budget.
Yeah. There's no costing. It says 10,000. But I saying the cost for a slab on grade is the same as a
All right.
pier, or the cost for a pier.
Okay, but what's
is
the point of
same
talking about
as-
slab on grade and these houses already built floors on?
I'm not saying slab on grade.
I know, but I'm like, there's no point in talking about slab on grade foundations for these things because they've already got a floor in them.
Yeah.
But they are putting it
okay,
forward.
the difference is you're gonna spend, $10,000 on your 4-foot right here frost-free walls and everything else. But you're gonna spend half of that on a slab on grade.
You won't spend $10,000 for a 4-foot frost wall.
Well, then why is his asking, why is there not a difference between how much one's gonna cost and how much the other one's gonna cost? We don't know the
Anyway,
cost of each one.
there is an approved, the band is, the looks of it, is not putting money in outside of the $150,000 they bought those 2 units for. The rest of it is covered by funders.
I know, but regardless of who covers it, Chief, I'm getting hammered by contractors saying we're wasting a lot of money burying valuable insulation in the ground on projects where it just made no sense.
Okay, but when you're also paying per linear foot for foundation walls to be poured, for those boards to be ripped off and taken away on a truck, or you can use the ICF and have your own guys do it, you're saving money because you're not paying a labor for them to install the foundation walls to pour the footing walls.
What I'm saying is we're being asked, do we want to put them on screw pile, a pier, a poured wall ICF, an unpoured wall, a slab on grade? There's half a dozen. I want to know is how much for each one of those. And that makes my decision much easier.
What is being put forward here is the max that would need to be spent, and any of those would be 10,000.
That's
So
the
why
max.
spend 10,000 when you can spend half of them up?
Well, it depends on the application you tell us to
The,
use.
the only thing, if you put them on piers and you have a skirt around there, then you're going to have to insulate that and hope that the pipes underneath there won't freeze. And if you have to heat that under there to keep the pipes from freezing, that's going to cost money.
In my opinion, we should go with option 1 of the traditional foundation and allow band property maintenance to use the ICF block because it'd be cheaper than paying somebody to do forms.
And they can do it
What are
themselves.
they proposing though?
They didn't propose anything there. Let us make the decision.
And I'm saying if you want my recommendation, I need to know how much is car A, how much is car B, how much is car C. If one is 15,000, this benefit, one is 3,000, this benefit.
All right,
Throw
so
out
that-
3 or 4 foundation, but there's no costing involved. I'm sure they've costed this out because they've already put 2 tiny houses on.
These houses have been sitting around now for an inordinate amount of time. They need to be installed, and let's just get on with getting the business done. if there's future houses that we're going to build like that, let's do that planning up. Let's get these ones fixed and get the costing that Chris is looking for, the detailed costing on each option going forward. Is that agreeable,
Well,
Chris?
these are not the two
Okay.
that we got 2 years ago.
These are the ones that we just bought from Sam.
They're sitting up at ALFDC and have been
Right.
for a while.
Right. Yeah.
They're sitting outside there, just sitting there. We have a housing shortage here, and a serious one, and our staff get badgered daily. I get badgered daily about the lack of housing here.
Yes.
How long does it take?
And the people ask, why are these houses all just sitting there?
And what did we do with the last two
Just a
houses?
question, just a
They're
question.
sitting, they're up there,
They're on
they're
ICF.
they're getting the foundations
Right?
ready, but there's a discussion about what kind of foundations
other
is
ones
it
are on
going to be?
ICF.
Well, can I make the motion to follow option 1 on here, traditional foundation with a crawl space?
Traditional
second it.
foundation? You agree with, can you live with that, a traditional foundation?
When you say traditional, what do you mean by
A
traditional?
4-foot wall with
A
a
poured foot
Strip
wall,
footing,
strip footing.
4 foot.
frost wall,
Wall.
strip
Frost
footing.
wall,
Frost wall.
strip footing.
So no ICF.
They can use the ICF because they don't have to pay the guys to do the forms. The ICF blocks will be cheaper than paying somebody to do forms for the.
I don't know. Do you know that for a fact?
I
don't.
said know that for a fact.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
think.
so
Okay.
I don't think it's a stretch to say you asked for 4 or 5 options, which one, how much for each option? Like this should have been part of the package.
it's not, we're here where we're at. Can we get detailed costings on the footings going forward?
I
I'm just
think
saying,
if we recommend based on these suggestions, so if you just look at these suggestions, which one would be most realistic? And then they can provide the price, and if we
go.
can't afford it, then
I got you.
we can stop it there.
Question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Who's constructing, okay, whatever we decide, who is doing the forms, who's doing, who would be doing that work? So let's say, just throwing it out there, Casey, Kevin Kuhn, he's gonna do that work. So why can we not question, okay, Kev, what's the cost difference between ICF, 4-foot crawl space, and what's the cost of the slab on grade? And he'll say, okay, well, that's good, that's easy. Calculate your ICF, it's gonna cost you 10,000, your whatever it's gonna
I
cost.
think, Chris, we have to go back to the other situation because
No,
pricing,
it's just a
hold on
question.
now.
Please answer my question. I asked the question, is who's gonna be doing that? Because it does make a difference. It's I'm not looking for other excuse. I'm looking at not wasting money. And the more houses that we do the same thing, wasting money, then we could have done twice as many houses.
Okay.
Saving money.
Chris?
So again, my understanding is they're implying the in-house crew is going to do the foundation. That's the
I don't know
sense-
that.
That's the sense I'm getting.
Yeah.
If not, but that would be part of the costing. And I think in order to make a well-informed decision, you simply need to do the costing, which has already been done, because they've already done ICF.
Okay, can we bring Tom in, please?
Yeah, let's do
Because
that.
these are questions that I don't have answers to. I'm not looking
What I
at the
really,
project
at the end of the
manager.
day, what I really want to know is what is the cost difference between A and cost difference between B? Like Chris said, buying this car or buying that. car.
I don't know what is the cheapest or what is the best. And to me, I
Sometimes
would think
cheapest is not
how
always
wet it
better.
is would
Yes,
influence
but
what kind of
when you
foundation
already
you need to
have
build.
You don't have to, it doesn't matter by putting a slab on grade. If the floor is insulated already, it doesn't matter. It's already insulated, whether it's.
And right now,
ICF,
it's go-
insulated block, then the floor is already insulated.
In Southern Ontario, it costs $22 to $26 per square foot for a completed basement with ICF block. And then I got
And then slab on grade.
Okay, now
so 7 years ago, when I was trying to build my shop, hold on a sec. 7 years ago, when I was trying to build my shop, I got quoted $38 a linear foot for a 4-foot knee wall.
Okay. Now, to answer the council's
Hi.
questions, I'm going to make it very clear, and I want everybody to listen to what I'm saying. I don't want any sparring going on at this table. Talk to each other the right way and listen to each other, please. And if you don't, I'm gonna hammer that gavel down. So, Chris, the council has raised some questions. They want to know what is the cost difference between the different types of subdivision. There's a 4-foot frost wall, poured concrete, one with block, one with piers with a skirting around it and insulating. They need to know the cost differences of that to know which one to select. Can you get that information, or how much delay would that create to get that?
I'd go to a contractor and get that information for you if you want me to have it priced 3 ways.
So just hold on. And the other thing is other question is the band property maintenance workers going to do this foundation, or is the contractor?
Is this the one that's the two?
The two tiny houses for ALTC ones.
Shenandoah.
Depends on which way you do it. If we do go screw piles, it would be a contractor.
If we go,
If we go screw piles, it'd be a contractor. If we go an ICF frost wall, it would be our guys. If we do a slab, we may be able to do it.
and then there still is this issue about slab on grade versus the traditional foundation. So and the other question is, where did you have in mind to put these houses? In North Street or up in Shannonville?
These ones are
According to
Shannonville.
the briefer notes.
So they're all going to go to Shannonville?
There was a
Okay.
site plan provided with the package.
Okay, and so the existing houses there, what kind of foundation do they have now?
They are on a 4-foot frost wall, down to a footing and a crawl space.
And what was the cost roughly to do that, roughly, if you know?
Roughly, without the excavation costs, some were probably around, I think one was $8,000 and the two were closer to 7, 6 something.
$7,000 to $8,000, okay.
Yeah.
And if we do a 4-foot frost walls, our guys can do it?
Mm-hmm.
And so does that money then go back, the 8,000 go into your housing budget?
No, it would be charged that covers their salary. So every hour, wherever our guys go, like if they came here to fix that door and it took an hour, this budget for this building would get charged an hour at whoever's salary was.
So then our time gets charged of this project then? Okay, and I know things have gone up like a lot, like, excavating costs, cement's gone up, everything has gone up. So there is that information, and I guess if we did piers, what would be the benefits or drawbacks of piers? And I thought about maybe freezing, the pipes would freeze. If you had a skirting around it, because you'd have to.
You'd have to skirt around it.
And would you have to
protect it
put something like something to heat underneath there?
I don't know if you'd have to heat it, but you'd have to do something to protect it from freezing.
You'd have to do something to make sure the pipes didn't freeze, like to wrap around for a heat coil or something like that.
There's that as an option. It'd probably be an expensive option.
And if you do the frost wall, then there's a little danger of it freezing.
Well, you'd have a heated crawl space on it, or we could fill it in and just have a curb. Right? And then sit it on that curb. We could put it on screw piles. We can sit it on sonotubes. We can try to just put it on a slab. It'd be difficult because it's already plumbed and everything, so we would have to try to access that from the outside, but I'm sure anything's doable.
Okay. So then I guess how much savings would there be if we just put it on piers and with the skirting and insulate that?
We would have to, for me to give you an accurate price, I'd have to price each way to the contract.
Because you're still going to have to dig down to the frost line for the footings for those piers, right?
Yep.
You're going to have to dig a number of them.
If you're going piers, we would have to dig a hole and do the sonotube, so I think it's. But if there's
And how many
other
piers
screw
would it
piles.
need for each one of these houses to support it, keep the building from sagging?
But I have a quote to do screw piles.
I don't know what shoe piles is,
Screw
so,
piles, it's similar to sonotube, but it screws, it's like a big screw. And then they sit on
okay,
that.
okay. So would you say the cost is going to be negligible in terms of the different options?
I would say probably the most expensive cost, because you would have the excavation on it, would be to dig down 4 feet. And then the cheapest is probably the screw piles. And then the slab is probably somewhere just below the most expensive. There's
So
probably
it's
not-
very important to
by the time you
to
bring
not
in
be,
the proper gravel and the insulation and all the stuff that's needed, it'll be less, but it won't probably be much
okay,
less.
so it's important, and I'm not a builder, and I'm not saying this to insult anybody, and that's not the intent, but we don't want to be a penny wise and a pound foolish. So,
I think O'Barry says, I'm looking at it as a builder part of it too. And because the biggest hurdle with the different construction of the footings, the most difficult part would be putting one of these on a slab on grade. Now, because it's like when you, like what Warwick says, it's, your plumbing is already in
Okay.
spot. And although if you're spot on with your measurements and stuff, you can already put
so,
what is it called? The plumbing in place. You set the house on and it'll line up right with the plumbing.
Okay.
It should, but it's much easier, is if, he said more expensive is the ICF.
okay, I guess the other thing with
No, the
these,
digging.
with these houses
The
that are built,
ISF isn't so much the expense part, it's the digging. Because our guys can do the install, right?
you know, with the houses that are built at the LFTC building, these units, to me, I think if they could, if you're gonna have slab on grade, if they could build it, go to the building site and build it there, and learn the skills that are on the job site, you'd save all this transportation cost, $5,000. And that would go a long way toward the foundation.
But in all fairness, they're trying to keep programs going throughout the winter. So
Yeah.
when they're doing these programs during the winter, doing
So
it on site
if
is a
maybe the
challenge.
in-class training could go there and the hands-on building on the actual job site.
But then they'd only be able to do their training in the summer.
Because if the council's looking at trying to save money, then that would be the way to get rid of the delivery charge, because that's how they built the subdivision. They actually had one house that they had their classroom in, then the rest of the time they went out on the job sites and built on the job site. But of course, the only advantage this has is if it's raining or if it's pouring, or they can build all 5 days a week, where the other is weather related.
And the classrooms there, all their amenities are there.
Yeah.
They've got a pretty nice setup.
Yeah.
Sam's done well with that.
Do they?
But the council's looking at, there seems to be, they're looking at trying to save as much money to squeeze more houses out of this budget. That's what the goal of the council is, that I'm hearing.
More money out of.
Like the least money we sink into one is it can we create savings to build more houses?
Build another house, like instead of sinking the money into
That's
four
what they're-
houses. With
that's what-
more expensive way.
I would say I don't necessarily
They're not-
agree with
they're-
that
That's
statement.
what the unanswered question is that the
Well,
council
each of the
says.
houses cost 75,000 just for what Sam's providing.
Just to buy that house.
Yes, yeah.
So there's no way we're probably saving 75,000.
No.
Either whichever route you decide to go to.
Unless you're building 100 houses.
The 4-foot ICF wall, is there access from the outside?
Inside.
Oh, it's coming from the inside.
The other thing, Tom, I'd like to see the council have when you have time with your staff is based on the applications you receive, that people apply for, the ones that are, meet all the renting criteria, how many bedrooms are those people looking for? We know they're not all looking for a 1-bedroom place.
Correct.
Because they're families, right, where they have children and they need more than 1 bedroom. So if we could sort of do our planning based on what the need is, based on what people apply for.
It's been done. Okay.
Like we need these
We need
no
roughly
question, we
100.
need these 1-bedroom places. I know that, we're short of those.
We need roughly 169 1-bedroom, 126 2-bedrooms, 69 3-bedrooms.
No, but we have,
four
100
5-bedrooms,
but we have 143 applicants now that want to live here.
Right, but
Dan Brandt's survey said 70% of the people that applied at some point in time in the future want to live on the reserve.
So we take the 141 and we apply an average growth for the last 5 years, and 311 units, I think it works out.
Okay. Does that answer the council's questions about the foundation? If so, are there other questions? So I guess, can you get you said you could get a detailed analysis on the cost options from the contractor, right?
I'll have to go to tender for all 3 options.
Go to tender, and how much of a delay is that going to create?
Month.
How many?
Month.
A month.
give or take.
Or if we decide, then it just gets done.
Depends which route you go.
What I would recommend is the council approve the motion that's been put on the floor and then ask for future ones that this detailed cost analysis, just so we can get these units delivered and get renting them out to people, because there's people clamoring for houses. And I know that the staff take an awful lot of abuse because of the lack of houses. I get that in my office. There's a lot of my emails are about the lack of housing. And phone calls. And Chris has already said that, you know, what you'd save, you'd have to build a lot of units to create a savings to be able to build one house. And I'm not against saving money, but I guess I don't know what the differences are other than these options. So
Also, to be fair, the reason why we went with the option we did for the first two is because we recently hired apprentices.
okay, so
And
when
apprentices only get to see repairs, maintenance. So what we wanted to do was show them how to lay out a footing, how to build with ICF,
well, the transfer of skills is very important to the next generation, because we're
especially for
gonna keep
licensed
people like
carpenters. We don't want to make licensed carpenters that have only went out around and done
All right.
repairs. Right?
that. So then some of the wages would be subsidized, right? So there would be a
We get
savings
some
there.
subsidy from the employment and training. I apply every year to CMHC's housing internship fund, and we never get all the money that we ask for, but we always get some.
Okay, so then-
50,000 last year.
So then there is, okay, if everybody could pay attention.
Anyway, you know, I'll agree with it. Let's get these, two houses done, and we'll look down the line at, cost, efficiency a little more in detail, but to get these ones done, I'll agree with the Guari, and let's go with that, the ICF, get those houses put up right away and get people into them.
Now, can we have our guys do the ICF foundations for this?
Okay. So anyway, when council's making their decision, remember that there's also an ALFDC transfer of skills component to this. They're learning something.
That's right.
So there's value in teaching the next generation skills.
Also, 3 of the crew members that we're using right now are past graduates from AFLDC.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention.
Okay,
that.
so-
He already has graduates from that program working at BP.
On top of our apprentices.
Okay, so then that's something else that council can consider in your decision making. But I think I still would like, not on this project, but in future, I'd like to see that information to come to answer the council's question about what is the cost differences of the different types of foundation, what are the options, what are the differences that will help the council make decisions quicker and better. Is there any other discussion that we need to have on this? If so, say what your question is. So it's been moved by O'Brien, seconded by Aaron to approve to utilize the 4-foot frost wall foundation option. Is there anyone who's opposed for these two houses? Anyone opposed? Chris? Linda?
Nope.
Owari? Curtis? Chris already said, okay, the motion is carried. But I do want Tom to do a cost option on those different types of foundations, so the council in future going forward will have information to make a fully informed decision. And I would like to thank everybody for showing respect to each other and listening to each other and
Thank you. I appreciate that as well.
okay, thank you.
Do
Start
you
tomorrow?
want to stay? Or...
Oh, sorry.
There's a couple more just in case I have questions.
Okay,
I gotta go get my kids. I'll be right back. Be 10 minutes.
Get
Want
mine
to
too,
take a
eh?
break?
Get mine too.
we can take a break.
Can we just do the invoicing before break?
We can.
Yeah, it's quicker.
Can we have a motion to approve? We already had that for the insurance.
Insurance. Yeah.
Okay, we need to be able to, we got Sherry's Is your update going to be in camera?
Update. No, no.
There's a Miller Thompson invoice and a JFK law invoice, then we can go to private.
Okay, the tiny houses.
We just did that one.
That's the foundation, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So frost wall. And we did the two legal invoices on the bottom there.
That's what we're on.
We're on those now.
Outstanding invoices from JFK Law. A number of them, legal fees, $19,356.14. All voices belong to fiscal year March 2024. This was posted in the books March 31st, 2024. So where have these invoices been? Some of them date back to June, July, August, September, October, November.
When I got them, I put them on.
Anyway, if we can sort of in future pay our bills more promptly, and so there's no reason for these kinds of things to be happening.
It
So
could be
Sharon-
that they just sent them. They were.
But is it the lawyers not sending us the bills on the timely, but some of this stuff
It
just
could
didn't
be,
get
because otherwise
processed,
it
or
would
were
come
there
with-
issues with the,
Otherwise, it would come with a statement saying that it was
what
outstanding.
was that, Tom?
Otherwise, they would have came with a statement saying they're outstanding, so I assume that they just had to get around to billing us.
Okay. So I don't know which department these invoices relate to. Some of it's housing, LTC, and court applications, so, all right. Anyway, we need to pay the bill. Who will move in second to pay this bill? Aaron?
No, Aaron's gone. That was a horror.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just throw her under the.
Oh my
boy,
goodness,
I'm getting
Gene.
tired. Maguire and Chris, my apologies, I'm getting tired.
He is tired, I can tell.
Yeah, that's what. You're cute, Aaron.
We had a very busy week and we had a late hour coming back from Ottawa last night.
Heard you got lost.
No, I actually went to the light rail station instead of the via rail station, and I called.
Now,
Hey, Aaron.
Where'd you get
There you are.
Yeah, you made a motion, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, the Miller Thompson invoices. The golf course, motion to pay.
all motion.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second you.
Curtis?
And she had me once.
Okay, let's do the things that we need to talk to Tom about. We need a motion to go in camera.
The business registration, yeah.
Get that done.
We'll call you if we need you.
Yeah, I'll be down in Johnson.
Thanks, Tommy.
Oh,
Thank you, Tom.
Ben Goodman told me there's $50,000 for micro subdivisions, and the two communities that are targeted are Mohawk, Quinny, and Wikwemekong. Todd has an email about it. You can follow with it. It's for micro infrastructure for micro subdivisions, and the money's available now. So just chat with Todd, and if you want to access it, then get the ball rolling.
So is it now that we're taking a little bit of break?
Don't you want to get Diana?
We'll take a break after we deal with this one issue.
Okay.
Diane,
You want to get Diana?
Here, she, Diana's here.
Hi, Diane.
There she is.
Have a seat.
You're in the hot seat.
So anyway, number 5 on the agenda was the SPWC MBQ collaboration approval videos.
No, it's the coffee chief.
Coffee chief.
Coffee chief.
Item 11.
The coffee cup or whatever.
The application wasn't signed off.
Number 11.
No, the problem with that, sorry, that was me. I wrote in, because I said, Matthew, are you applying for this? He said, yes. And I thought he was Matthew Greenwood. I did not know that last year he changed his name to O'Rourke, which is his mom's name.
Oh.
So that's why, sorry. And I guess I should have put a note to that effect. And
So
But the second page, there's nothing
The
signed off on the
application
second
is
page.
not complete.
in what way?
It's not signed off.
It didn't require any sign-offs. It's an e-commerce business.
It doesn't, you don't need a recommended by business development worker?
I never signed those. I can start signing them if you'd like. I never signed
Oh,
those.
the last one,
Usually
well,
it's
the one we
just
did just
environmental.
before, well, the one we did just before that had like a date on it. And a check
It had a
mark.
sign on it?
Yeah.
It might have been from a long time ago, but the old application, I was signing. The new one, I haven't been signing. I can sign them. It usually just goes off to environmental and whatever I get their sign off.
Okay, so it's just a name change, that's all.
Yeah, he had changed his name and I did not know that,
And,
so
just for maybe looking forward, moving forward, whatever it's called. When I was driving truck and I make a mistake, I'd have to initial it. So
Okay.
maybe if you scribble, so, oh, it's my bad, and then you just put a little initial.
Sure.
on it. So we would know that it's your initial.
that it was my mistake, yeah.
That it was
It
a
was just-
mistake, and
yeah.
it's just easier.
And it was just that I seen on the, like the one for J&J distributors. Like there's that, your X on the S and then the 8.
What is it, J&D distribution?
J&J, the business one we had to do just before
The
the
castle.
coffee chief.
The bouncy castle.
I did not do that, so I don't
Oh.
know who did that, quite
Okay.
honestly. But
Okay.
that wasn't me, so I'm sorry. But I can absolutely sign them if you want me to be signing them. Sorry, I know I'm usually trying so hard to get them through, and I know, but I'll do my due diligence if you want them signed. They are handled by me a million times, I can promise you that.
Okay, so Erin's not here now, so she did move, and it was moved by Erin, said we're required to approve it, then it was, then they decided to defer it to get clarification.
No, it was, we made the motion to defer it till later, till she got back.
It was to be deferred.
To be deferred, okay.
So I'll make the motion to approve it.
Like
That must have
it's just,
been her that
when
did
there's a
that.
signature at the very bottom of business owner, their signature should be a date too.
Well, if there's a place on the forms to have you sign off, then you should.
Okay, and I will, yes, I agree. Like I said, yeah,
Okay, there's also forms too for the directors to sign an initial on top, there's
That's
another,
already explained by Shelley.
okay.
What had happened with the name change. She went and fixed it on the cover page. It got reloaded in, even though the original one was already all signed off by Sherry and Lisa.
this all
No.
happened last minute when I had of the deadline.
All right,
Yeah, Lisa signed off, so, yeah, I just sent forward the application when
okay,
I
so
found
it's
out.
been approved, then moved by Ogbari to approve it, is there a seconder?
I'll second you.
Linda. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, we'll take a break then for 5 minutes.
Okay.
No problem.
Thanks, Dan.
Glad I came back, I wasn't supposed to.
The motion been private,
I'll motion to go into private.
Linda, who seconded? Ogbari, motion's carried. These are signed.
Do we